Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this regularly scheduled meeting of the Ventura County Community College District Board of Trustees. Item 101 the meeting has just been called to order. 102 is information. We have our ground rules and board vision. Item 103, Chancellor, your recommendation regarding the agenda.
Presented, no changes other than the ones you'll announce.
Thank you. And item 104, changes to the agenda, consent items to be pulled. The changes, I have some additions. 2.02, public employee performance evaluation, Chancellor. 2.04, conference with labor negotiators, AFT and SEIU. 19.01, board ad hoc DEI committee. 1902, trustee reports section added. Revisions 2.02, conference with labor negotiators is now item 2.03. 4.03, acknowledgement of guests and special recognitions. One additional birthday was added. 1901, Board of Trustees meeting evaluation is now item 19.03. And we have some corrections. 4.02, the position title was incorrectly listed as financial aid technician and corrected to admissions and records technician. 10.08, action to approve award Ventura College campus-wide flooring project bid to Genesis Floor Covering was revised to accurately reflect the funding source of 412 state scheduled maintenance. Fund 419 internal capital project funds was erroneously noted. And there's an additional one item, 12.08, action to approve sick leave days, hours from established voluntary sick leave pool for classified employees has been pulled from tonight's agenda. And with that, we will go into closed session under all items listed. 2.01, conference with legal counsel, 2 existing cases. 202, public employee performance evaluation, the Chancellor. 203, conference with labor negotiators, unrepresented employee, Chancellor. And the last item, 204, conference with labor negotiators, AFT and SEIU. And we hope to reconvene. At 6. Yes.
Does that item also include any items that we're going to pull from the consent agenda? Would we be doing that now, or do we do that later?
We thank you. I had made a mental note when I was calling that out. I don't have any cards. I'll ask if we have any. Trustee Lichtel, do you have any consent items to pull? Trustee Mantooth, or does anybody have any consent items to pull?
I do, but I don't have the exact number, so it's okay.
Sure. And thank you for calling out the where are the written. Okay. My apologies. I had read these written comments for closed session items, and they are all regarding remote work. And I just want everyone to know that submits these comments that we do read them, we do acknowledge them, and staff, when I say staff, I mean Chancellor is mindful of these as well. So,
Chair Perez, just
Trustee
wondering
Lichtel.
if we're going to hold that item back until the open session, if there's something we need to do procedurally in order to abide by our rules and regulations, where we do have an item there to pull any agenda items. Is there anything we need to do to hold that off, put that off until later on today or the evening?
It's our prerogative. We will
Just checking. Just didn't want to make,
we
sure
will
didn't have
ask
anything
that question.
procedurally wrong.
I will call that item again and when we reconvene.
Yeah, we have a past practice
Yeah.
up until the actual moment
Yeah.
at any time to pull consent items.
Right. And with that, thank you. We'll be in closed session now. Right, good evening, everybody. And welcome to the reconvening of the Ventura County Community College District Board of Trustees meeting. And we have come out of closed session with nothing to report. And I went right by 3.01, pledge to the flag. Dr. Hoffman, would you like to lead us in the pledge? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And before I call on public comments, I want to restate for everyone's benefit at this hour, changes to the agenda, beginning with additions, 2.02, public employee performance evaluation, the chancellor, 2.04, conference with labor negotiators, AFT and SEIU, 1901, board ad hoc DEI committee discussion, 1902, trustee reports section added. Revisions, 2.02, conference with labor negotiators is now item 2.03, or was. 4.03, acknowledgement of guests and special recognitions. One additional birthday was added. 1901, Board of Trustees meeting evaluation is now item 1903. Corrections, 4.02, the position title was incorrectly listed as financial aid technician and corrected to admissions and records technician. 1008, action to approve award Ventura College campus-wide flooring project bid to Genesis Floor Covering was revised to accurately reflect the funding source of 412 State Scheduled Maintenance Fund. Fund 419 Internal Capital Project Funds was erroneously noted. 12.08 was removed from the agenda. And does anybody have any consent items to be pulled? Trustee Chancellor?
I'm just gonna, with all that change in numbering, if it's okay, I'll just read the titles.
Sure.
Okay, it's formerly known as 10.3, but it's action to approve, ratify purchase order number 3.
Okay.
And then we have the action to approve award of bid 655 Ventura College CDC outdoor classroom and modular relocation to the lowest responsible bidder,
What number was that?
formerly 1012. 10.12, but it might have changed, so.
No, I don't think so. 1003 was the first
Oh,
item and then
okay.
1012.
And then 12.01.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. If none, then we'll move to public comments for open session items. The first speaker I will call up is Jacqueline Walker, followed by Kenya. And I can't quite read the last name, but okay. Go ahead. Jacqueline.
Did submit written comments, and so I'm actually going to be speaking to what I assume you were talking about in your closed session, which is the issue of remote work. And I just want to share some basic facts that are actually in many of the public comments that are so eloquently have been submitted by faculty, specifically from Ventura College. So I'm here as an instructional faculty in support of our non-instructional faculty to have remote work options, just like just like all of our instructional faculty have and have had for years. I just wanted to point out that during the pandemic, I myself had set goals prior to the pandemic. Let me back up. I'll try to do this quickly. I had set goals for myself as an instructor during my evaluation for things I wanted to work towards, and many of them were technological. And because of the pandemic, I was offered an opportunity in that challenge and to reach those goals quickly because I had to as a faculty member in order to serve my students during the pandemic and even now. And so I know that our counseling for a year and a half worked fully remotely to serve their students, and they are still serving our students, the vast majority of them remotely. Many of them have done student surveys. They have had, I mean, Kenya's comment in the public comments talks about over 500 students and 70% of those were remote. So I guess I'm just here to point out the confusion, which I don't think needs to be confusion, about why, one, we're asking for everyone to be treated equally regarding remote work. And for two, why we have, I don't understand why we have these special project groups that are happening right now regarding remote work, because we already know that students need it. There's already been data presented to the board, presented to our administration at Ventura College, and probably across the board. And so I'm just here to kind of point out something that I think is ridiculous. I think it's taking way too long. I don't think we need another group to show that whether or not there's a need for remote work or what that is. I think that our non-instructional are being treated unfairly. And I'm here to share that. And it's unfortunate that I have to come here and say that out loud in front of you, because I know that you all already know this, and I know that you're all discussing it, and I appreciate that. What I'm asking for is that something changes. You know, I've been at Ventura College for 15 years, and there's issues like this that take forever, and it's really unfair. It's really unfair that we have to work all day and then spend time coming to board meetings to state the obvious. It's incredibly frustrating. And I'm not even on the side that's being shafted. So I just want to share that with you guys. And again, I know that you already know, I appreciate the work that you're doing, that you've chosen to do on our board. But something needs to change. And I guess I'm tired of just hearing that you're going to do something and then all these special groups being formed, and it's taking years for something to happen. So I'm hoping that something happens now for our non-instructional. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kenya, followed by Logan Hardison.
Well, thank you for having me here. I'm pretty much talking about the same things that Jacqueline talked about. Just to do a recap, when we were confronted with the pandemic back in 2020, we were asked to work remotely immediately, I think within hours, and we were challenged, but yet prepared to continue to serve our students. And we did until a year and a half later, summer of 2021, when we were, at least in my case, were given less than 24 hours to come back and work in person for that summer. But after that summer, so that means fall 21 until fall 22, we continue to work remotely. There were some different options. Now we couldn't do so many days. We were supposed to only do this many because we needed to have an MOU, and before we didn't need to have an MOU. So all these things have been happening now. In essence, we served remotely for 3 years. And now we find ourselves without remote options since the beginning of this year. And I'm really hoping that this is the last time we submit a written comment about it, that somebody comes to one of these meetings, because it's been too long for non-instructional faculty and classified staff to continue to want to fight for something that should be equal. And as I mentioned to you guys on my written comment, at least this past semester, I saw just me, and this is just me gathering my own data from the beginning of the first day of school until the very last day. I saw 577 students. 70% of them were remote. Just so that you guys understand, I hope that you guys get to hear what I'm saying, because I hear and I see these meetings every week, every month, and I hear people saying, our constituents say this. We are that. We are coming here to speak on our behalf. We meet with the students on a daily basis. We see what the students need and want. We are in the office working with students. And even when the student has an in-person appointment and life happens, I can just pick up the phone and ask them, I'm not seeing you here in my office yet. Would you like to have this meeting over the phone, or do you want to jump on Zoom? They will take that instead of missing the whole appointment and not having any chance to see us. So that is why also remote options also work. Now we have the options for the students, but not for us, right? So we just want equity in that, because our instructional faculty have that. I did notice that the the board, not the board, the union submitted or updated their bargain agreement, and they're supposed to recommend, I don't know if they recommended against or in favor, but at any rate, I hope that if it is in favor, that you guys will listen and will make this happen. It is honestly what's other districts. I take classes online from community colleges with other colleagues, and I probably am the only one who works in person 5 days a week. So please make it equal.
Thank you. Logan Hardison, followed by Laura Espinosa.
Hello and good evening. Trustees, Chancellor McLennan, presidents, staff, and all you who work for the community college. My name is Logan Hardison. I live and farm between Santa Paula and Fillmore. My employees live in Fillmore and Santa Paula. My focus is on the parcel now available for future development of the East Campus. The parcel is on the east side of Santa Paula, located ideally for students of the East Valley. The adjacent land is currently planned for relocation to the county hospital with the development of infrastructure and utilities. It will be an ideal adjunct for medical training with careers of increasingly high demand. There is no equivalent site available. Indeed, there's no site large enough for an expanded East Campus. As a disclosure, I hold shares in the current owner, Limoneira Company. If the parcel were sold, my share would the buyer would simply look at the exchange of land for cash and an equivalent value with no impact. My interest is in the future education of my employees' grandchildren, the children of Daniel and Martha Ayala, Alejandra and Julian Guerrero, Luisa and Maria Mejia, and the other children of the East Valley. Previously, I worked as Associate Director of Esri, a developer and provider of software for geographic and spatial information located in Redlands. In 1980, we had 35 employees and 780 square feet of office space. When I retired in February this year, we occupied 683,000 square feet with 2,022 employees in our home office. We did that by acquiring adequate land and building with vision and intention. Along the way, we rented at least 8 separate off-site facilities before we could move people to permanent buildings on site. Every one of those off-site facilities cost more in rent, administration, and operational complexity. Without adequate land, I see a continuing spiral for the East Campus. Not enough classes to meet the needs of and interests of the students, not enough enrollment to support more classes, not adequate space for additional classes, and round, facing the same constraints in tandem. The acquisition of this parcel allows us to move from the existing model of cobbling together scattered lease spaces to a phased development of facilities in concert with enrollment and curriculum development. I urge you to seriously consider the purchase of this parcel as a major first step for the East Campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardison. Laura Espinosa, followed by Pam Kennedy Luna.
Good evening. I'm here today pleased to offer public comment on a very important matter that is not yet on your agenda. I'm here representing Santa Paula Latino Town Hall, and we are here to again state our support from the Santa Clara Valley for an East Campus expansion. Over 40 years of civic engagement, I have had the unfortunate opportunity to observe inequities in public institutions. 3 come to mind: housing discrimination, employment discrimination, but by far the most inequitable, with arguably the broadest impact, has been the lack of the fulfilled promise for 21 years of the East Campus expansion. In all of Ventura County, this has been the shame that screams for an immediate solution. Santa Paula Latino Town Hall asks that your board place on the next agenda the major initiative immediately. This has gone on way too far. We ask for your support. We come hat in hand. We acknowledge your efforts, but they're certainly far short of what the Santa Clara Valley deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker that I have a card for is Pam there you are. Pam Kennedy Luna.
Good evening. My name is Pam Kennedy Luna. I also am a resident of Santa Paula. I'm a member of the Latino Town Hall and a recent retiree from Moore Park College, counselor faculty. I too, not to repeat what was already stated, but I too support the continued discussion, conversations to move forward in terms of the Santa Paula extension. Obviously, not just for classroom additions, but to provide these students with adequate and extensive student support in person, in addition to remotely. As a previous counselor, I understand your concerns. So again, you know, I too was a resident and a former colleague, as well as an alumni from Ventura College, ask that you continue this discussion and move forward with the extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the room that has not filled out a card that wants to speak? If not, then we will move to, and thank you all for being here. And some of you for repeat attendance. Thank you. That takes us to item 3.04, action to approve employment agreement for the chancellor. And the board is now going to review and take action on the recommendation to approve a new employment agreement with Dr. Rick McLennan for the chancellor position. The proposed term of this agreement is July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2026. The proposed annual salary under this agreement is $365,040. The chancellor shall also receive the same level of fringe benefits as offered to other district administrators in accordance with applicable board policies. Is there a motion to approve the agreement? Trustee Torres moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Mantu? Thank you, Trustee Lichtel. Any discussion or comment? Well, I'll offer some. Well, we'll take the vote first. Student trustee Figueroa, how do you vote?
Yes, welcome board for a couple more years.
Thank you. Board of Trustees, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you for that unanimous vote. Thank you on behalf of the chancellor, I guess. I'll just offer some quick comments initially, and that is, it's been a very good and I hope a welcoming first year for you. And a lot has been accomplished, a lot more that we hope to see accomplished. And I think this approval of this employment agreement lends support for you in those efforts in guiding the district forward. And just thank you very much. And Trustee Lichtel, did you want to, anybody else want to offer comments after I put Trustee Lichtel on the spot?
You did indeed. I appreciated the conversations that we had as a board and in coming together and really crafting a great document that provides the chancellor with 3 more years to provide his leadership of this district. And I think that's valuable for us and important for the community.
Thank you. Student trustee?
Thank you for being so supportive to me. And I know you're going to continue doing with the next student trustee and continuing for the next 3 years. I'm happy to have you longer.
Trustee Torres.
Rick, we are so excited to be able to have you with us at least for 3 more years to lead the district. There's been great work that's been done in terms of the vision, and so looking forward to where this is going to lead us for the next 3 years, and a lot of the wonderful discussions that we've had as a board and that you've been part of it, and some of the amazing where we've already signed with our retreats coming together, what that looks like, where we're going to go as a board, carrying forward some of the DEI work and what it looks like right now and how it's going to look like for the next 3 years. So we are extremely excited, so proud to also have your willingness to want to be here with us for these next 3 years. So congratulations. And we are so excited and happy that after this first year, you're still choosing to stay with us for another 3 more years.
Okay. Chancellor, anything, or you want to wait for your chancellor report? Take advantage.
I'll
now.
just say just thank you. I just want to thank the board for, and everybody actually for your confidence in me. It has been hard to believe it's been a full year. It really did go by quickly. And I do want to thank the entire leadership, all of the leadership in this room for collectively working together to help us do the important work that we're doing, which is all about students and student success. And I hope it's apparent that that's in my bones. And I look forward to the next 3 years. So thank you. I appreciate the comments.
Okay. Congratulations once again. That takes us to item 4.01 and 4.02. As appropriate, those the employees and retirees are listed, and as often occurs, they're mentioned in following in reports later in the agenda. Takes us to item 4.03. I mean, how special. Where's Alex? Happy birthday, Alex. And you know, that's the danger with making an offhand comment. You end up on the agenda. So, but thank you for the recognition.
Happy birthday.
Michelle. Okay, 5.01 Academic Senate President's Consultation. Start with Moore College. He's getting ready.
Matthew Morgan, Moore Park
Yes.
College Academic Senate President. Just 10.07, Gensler had a robust model for effective participation in developing the facilities vision plan, and the title change to facilities vision plan is appreciated.
Okay. Oxnard.
Hi, thank you. Dolores Ortiz
Yes.
from Oxnard Academic Senate. I just want to acknowledge in 4.01 the appointment of new academic personnel. So we want to welcome Melody Smith, who's already been on our campus but is moving into a counselor position, and extend a very warm welcome to Adriana Parsons, the new Health Services Director, Health Services Coordinator. We're very happy to have her at our campus. And I'd also like to extend a welcome to the many new classified staff that are joining our campus. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see Ventura College here tonight, so we'll move to Classified Senate President's Consultation, and we'll begin with the birthday boy.
Thank you. I don't have any items for this item at this time, so I'll pass it on.
Sergio.
Good evening, Sergio Arana, Oxnard College Classified Senate. I just want to acknowledge and congratulate the new classified employees. Some of them are existing, taking on new positions. So congratulations to Diana Rodriguez, Eduardo Cachu, Eric Gonzalez, Jessica Flores, Leticia Membreño, Monica Ayala, Robert Rocha, and Susana Delgadillo. Good number of them this month.
Okay. Ventura College. April.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, Chancellor. 4.1, acknowledging new employees. I'd like to welcome Carlos Heredia, Instructional Lab Technician at Ventura College, Danielle Rodriguez, Financial Data Specialist, Jenna May de la Cuesta, Admissions and Records Technician, and John La Morena, Custodian at Ventura College. Item 4.02, I'd like to recognize Sandra Gustavo, Admissions and Records she retired, and we wish her the best in her retirement. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Moore Park College is not represented tonight. Takes us to report 601, College Associated Student Government Reports, Student Trustee.
I'm gonna introduce our president for Oxnard College, Kate Blasio, the president of ASG.
Good evening, Kate Blasio, Oxnard College Associated Student Government President. I would like to report that the Oxnard College Associated Student Government, along with VC and MC, went to Ronald Reagan Library for the Situation Room experience. Also, we will be tabling for the first week of school to help out students navigate their first few days and to inform them about the Associated Student and Advocacy. Lastly, I would like to recommend the approval of 12.07, and that's it for my report.
And next up, we have Moore Park College, President Roskopf, sorry.
No worries. Hello, Sean Roskopf, ASMC President. I'm here reporting on behalf of Judah Robinson. So to report, today we had our new student welcome. Went very well. We had a lot of students come and attend, a lot of new faces on campus, which is nice to see. But we have our ASMC fall retreat, which we're planning for the upcoming school year. Should be taking place next weekend. And we're also looking forward to our fall 2023 Club Rush event. Thank you.
And I'm not sure if Ventura College is here, whether online or there in person.
Okay, then if not, then we'll move to your report.
Okay. So I had the fortunate enough to join all the 3 associate student bodies of the colleges and for their Ronald Reagan situationship. It was really fun getting to see them work together and bond. I also took a tour with the associate students of Oxnard College to their tour of the Holocaust, so I got to learn more. It was a wonderful experience. I also met with almost all the trustees, and that was very wonderful. I'm more excited to be working with each and every one of you. I'm still missing one more meeting, but I'll get that done. And I went to the student trustee workshop in Riverside. It was so wonderful connecting with other student trustees and learning more about different type of issues that California has regarding students. I also got certified to be a student trustee, and that was really nice. I made wonderful connections and I learned a lot. It was a wonderful experience. And that's all I have for today.
Okay, the Situation Room at the Ronald Reagan Library, that's pretty, it's a pretty daunting experience and pretty humbling too. Gives you newfound respect for anybody that does that at the highest level. Wow, great experience for you. And glad to hear that you're still excited to work with us after your one-on-one meetings. So that's encouraging. 6.03 AFT report. Mr. Sheets.
Thank you, Chair Perez, Board, Chancellor. We don't have anything to report this evening.
Thank you. 604 SEIU report. Maria.
Good evening, members of the board and Chancellor McLennan. Maria Orenda for SEIU reporting that we did host union member meetings this past month. Meetings were well attended, so we're very happy with that. Topics discussed were remote work, the reopener already for wages in 2024. We discussed Weingarten rights and the interactive process, so it was very educational. We do value the time spent with our members, educating them and engaging with them. We'd also like to report that on the topic of remote work, Classified did bring up concerns regarding communication and status updates on the current pilot. We took the opportunity to communicate to our members that SEIU has been a participating member of the Remote Work Advisory Committee from the very beginning. And I want to, extend my thank you to that on behalf of SEIU for being part of that group. And of course, that role that we played as a committee in regards to the actual pilot starting. We further communicated to our membership that though we support the process of the remote pilot, we understand their concerns, and we will continue to advocate and champion for the flexibility of remote work options. As a sole representative of the classified unit, we have reported these concerns to the administration, and they are once again have reasserted their commitment to communication as they have. And they will soon, as again, very important, as we soon enter the second phase very soon for the remote work pilot. We look forward to be able to partner and support this process. We want to ensure that a cohesive, well-managed and maintained remote work options are achieved in the end. So we have to do things right from the beginning, and that's what we're committed to as a union. Lastly, on the topic of health insurance benefits, SEIU remains committed to explore all possible options with our broker Burnham to ensure dollars are spent wisely while still providing affordable quality health benefits for our members. Thank you again, and we really appreciate the ability to be able to report at the board meetings. Thank you.
And thank you for reporting. 605 Classified Senate report. Same order, please.
No report for the DAC this month. Thank you.
Good evening, Sergio Arana, Classified Senate at Oxnard College. We are getting ready to kick off the year. Busy time for everyone, I'm sure of it. Fridays are all college day. We're getting started on kicking off our regular committees, and Classified Senate will hold our first kickoff meeting on August 22nd. It's a very busy time for us, but we're also encouraging our people to volunteer some time and greet some students on the first 2 days of the semester. We will be helping students around campus, whether answer any questions or just guide them to their classes. That is all for today.
Thank you.
Okay, so my report's short. First, I'd like to say I appreciate President Hoffman for adding to her report that Ventura College Mesa program has been named a recipient of the 2023 Insight into Diversity Inspiring Programs in STEM Award. This is super close to my heart since I am the program coordinator for the Mesa program. So I just wanted to share that. So thank you so much for acknowledging that. As the Classified Senate, we had our first Classified Senate meeting last week. And this week we just finished reviewing nominations for our All College Day Classified Employee of Awards, which we have 3. Service to the classified, service to the college, and service to students. So we do this every year. And we had a really good number of nominations, and we're excited to share those this Friday. And we have a lot of events coming up this couple weeks that are really geared towards students, and classified are critical in those roles. And so I really appreciate all of our classified. So it's just acknowledging them there. Well, thank you.
So you should have been the headliner under 403 special recognitions. So congratulations to VC. Academic Senate reports. Moore Park College.
Good evening, trustees, chancellor, colleagues, and guests. Matthew Morgan, Academic Senate President, Moore Park College. Just a couple of highlights since the last board meeting. Had the opportunity to attend the Curriculum Institute with some colleagues. It was interesting learning about the history of general education, the new aspects of guided pathways, getting an overview of non-credit classes and other curriculum related issues. We're happy to have sent out 2 faculty members to the Great Teachers Seminar up in Monterey. They just got back from their trip, and we're looking forward to hearing highlights of this event, and got to meet our new ASMC president and look forward to working with them in the future. Otherwise, we're putting together Senate Council agendas and getting ready for the new academic year. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College, Dolores.
Thank you. Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, trustees, student trustee, and guests. So we are looking forward to welcoming more than a dozen new faculty members in the upcoming academic year. We also look forward to supporting all faculty through many new opportunities. So those include helping develop and participate in our new Teaching and Learning Center, being a part of our new faculty mentorship program, participating in professional development with the Association of Colleges and University Educators, focusing on DEI activities, and also developing a professional development opportunity for faculty, working with our institutional effectiveness folks to have more inclusive teaching pedagogy on our campus. And also happy to wrap up all of the summer institutes, including Curriculum Institute and many others. Thank you.
Thank you. 607, President's Reports. Moorpark College, please.
Good evening, trustees, Chancellor McLennan, student trustee and guests. Moorpark College celebrated today 1,000 of our future students who joined us for our new student welcome, and 200 plus parents who joined us for our new student welcome. Thank you, and to ASMC President Sean Roscoff, who also welcomed the students and their families to new student welcome today. Very active, very engaged students and their parents, as well as standing room only in many of our areas of interest workshop sessions, which aligns with our guided pathways work. This is Flex Week and convocation is on Friday. We're glad to welcome Raphael Augustine, who's author of the book Illegally Yours, to our campus as a keynote speaker. It is part of our conversations around how we create inclusive and welcoming learning environments, and he'll be sharing with us his experience as an undocumented young person, as well as a very successful screenwriter and a member of the entertainment industry. We also are working with our faculty and our staff and our administrators on our new facilities vision planning project. And so Dr. Morgan referenced that, and just beginning this process later on this month, where we're an opportunity for a work group of our faculty, our staff, and our students, as well as our community stakeholders, beginning to do that discussion and on how we create facilities that support the learning of the students we have now and the students yet to come. Thank you to Chair Perez, to Trustee Lichtel, and to Chancellor McLennan for attending the check presentation ceremony last week with Assemblymember Jackie Irwin. I appreciated your being present, but also sharing your perspective with our audience at that event. Let's see, what else do I have? Our theater arts, performing arts program had a very successful 2-week run of the musical Cabaret, sold out every evening for that 2-week run of the show. I'm very proud of them for that, and kudos to our faculty in that area, but particularly kudos to our faculty in dance who choreographed and support the choreography for that program. The college has also had 2 shows actually this past 2 weeks. We have a partnership with Born to Perform, which is a youth organization in our community. And they presented Bring It On, the musical. And so we had 2 very engaging performances on campus during the course of this past week. Let's see, what else do I have here? I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College, Oscar.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Chancellor McLennan. I just want to provide just some brief updates. First of all, I want to recognize all the students who completed our ESL certificate in competency. I included their names, about 20 students. And in September, the El Rio School District invited us to attend their board meeting to recognize these students and their families. So we hope to have some swag for them and really make them feel part of Oxnard College. So good luck to them. And now today we had an orientation for ESL to get them ready for the start of the fall semester. Congratulations to our OC EOPS program. They just received a Next Up program. This program is designed to support foster youth. So we're really excited about that program. Additionally, our Upward Bound program completed a very successful 6-week summer program, 5 weeks on campus and 1 week at UC Santa Barbara, where they had the opportunity to work with faculty at UC Santa Barbara on research. So high school students working with university faculty on research studies. So that was very dynamic, really excited for them. And they just love the experience of being in the dorms and in such a beautiful location like Santa Barbara. I also want to recognize our art and design classrooms will be open for the fall semester, and along with our McNish Gallery. So we will be having a reception on August 24th, and it's a little tour. We're going to be starting with our Resilience mural that's designed by our student alumni and art students who have graduated from Oxnard College, who designed a mural to kind of encapsulate the last 3 years of our experience at Oxnard College and within our communities, and with the theme of resilience. And then we're going to walk over to tour the McNish Gallery and then also the Art and Design building. So August 24th, you will be receiving an invitation to that. So hopefully you're able to attend. Thank you so much.
Yep, what time is?
We're going to start at 4 o'clock and 4 to 5:30.
Thank you. Ventura College.
Okay, great. Well, I'm just back from vacation, so I kind of had a vacation brain, but I've remembered a few things, probably more than y'all wish I would. But first, I want to start with introductions. We have here tonight our new Vice President of of Student Affairs, JP Schumacher, and I was hoping that he could stand up and then wave. He comes to Ventura from Foothill College and with a great deal of experiences in student services and a lot of equity work. So we're really happy to have him join our team. So you'll be hearing much more from him and the legacy he's going to leave at Ventura College. Not only did I put him on the spot today, but then, I went on vacation a week after he started and he's still standing. So we're all good. All good. Next, I wanted to let you know, this kind of came up just really recently. So with all the programs that we've been developing at our East Campus, we have many more programs that can be completely begun and finished at that location. And so with that, we had to do a substantive change, and one of our ACCJC vice presidents will be out on Friday just touring the facility. And I literally mean that because we won't even have students on campus, but she was good with that. And so we're moving forward. So that's just part of the process, and nothing I was worried about. We also have some fabulous Flex Day speakers. I'm hoping that if you're interested, that you will be able to come, and anybody from our sister colleges or the district too. The first one we have on Thursday at 9 o'clock, it's Kip Calvin, and his discussion or his topic is the caring space, becoming an activist of belonging. And he's really going to be inspirational in our conversations with him. I'm really excited. And then on Friday, we don't typically have a keynote speaker, but we are really excited to have Saul Flores. He is talking about thinking big and how education, access, equity are needed for innovation in our society. So we're really excited to welcome both of those speakers to Ventura College and help them motivate us and get us ready. And he will be speaking around 10:30. We have our welcome back day, the first day of classes. We one of the most fun things to do, if you ever want to do this, this is really fun, is greet students on campus and help direct them where to go, different buildings or what they might need. And we always have t-shirts for them because we really, that belonging we know is so important in retention. And so that is really fun. We also will be welcoming back most of our faculty who've been on, working hard this summer, getting ready for the fall, and our classified professionals that have been working hard on campus, getting ready for the fall. And we're having burritos and kind of a welcome breakfast for them. So that's fun. And let's see, the last thing, I know that on Thursday, one of the things we're going to do is be welcoming our new faculty, welcoming our new administrators and our new classified professionals. We also we do our years of service recognition. So I'll be giving myself a 30-year pin. I'll try not to stick myself. And then with that, as you probably know, I've announced that I've decided to retire at the end of this academic year. I'm excited about new opportunities, but I mean, obviously Ventura Community College District has been huge in my development. I mean, I was 15 years as a faculty member. I'll have been 15 years as an administrator, and never a dull day, and lots of exciting and obviously fabulous people to work with. So it'll be bittersweet, but and I'm hoping that you can find, not we, I won't be part of it. You can find an excellent person to lead Ventura College in the future. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hoggmans, and thank you for your service to the district and Moore Park and Ventura College or later, but thank you. But you'll have a lot to look forward to in retirement. You'll find yourself busier than ever, I think, like many of us retirees. Okay, board committee reports, Administrative Services Committee, Trustee Torres.
The committee met on Thursday, July 27th. You have your notes in front of you. It's a very brief meeting and with a light agenda. And so pretty much the positions that are coming before you for a vote were discussed during our meeting. We just, as at that time, the fiscal impact wasn't included because of different deadlines, but the committee or the members reassured us that this was something that is the exception, it's not the norm, and it's going, and that they would have it ready for us here at the board meeting. But we didn't see anything that was that stood out. It was very clear, and so we supported everything to move forward to the board, and so the board had the opportunity to look at the fiscal impact if they had any questions. Trustee Mantooth, anything else you felt we needed to add? And that's it.
All right. Well, that sounds like a good functioning committee and staff support as well. So thank you, everybody. So that takes us to the consent calendar. And with the exceptions of items 10.03, 10.12, 12.01, and 12.08, which had been pulled from the agenda earlier, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Trustee Torres moves. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Student trustee seconds. Thank you. Student trustee, then how do you vote?
Yes.
Board of Trustees, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Takes us to the first pulled item, 10.03. Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you for that. I just had a clarifying question. On that purchase order, our previous meeting, we approved a large PO for, I think I'm pronouncing it right, Rico Copy Services? Rico. Okay. But I noticed there were 3 on the first page purchase orders for Kelly Spicer's store for paper and supplies, print shops, and maintenance service for print shop printers, and a lease for Canon printer print shop. And they're all from Moore Park College. Are these for projects that Rico can't handle or that are outside of the contract? Just just a curiosity on that one.
I would have to send you something in writing after the meeting.
Okay.
I'm not, the paper is purchasing paper. So Rico doesn't, we don't buy paper from Rico. So that would, the Kelly Spicer's stores, I'm sure that what is bulk paper to be utilized for some period of time, but we can send you an update to all trustees.
Okay, I appreciate that. That was the only question I had on that item.
Let's take these individually. Do you,
I can make a motion to approve 10.03.
thank you. Is there a second? Trustee Mantooth makes the second. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Trustee Chancellor, 10.12.
Okay, 10.12, action to approve the Ventura College CDC outdoor classroom and modular relocation. With the fiscal dollar amount so large, just a request in moving forward that we could get sort of the architectural sketch or a little bit more details of what over $1 million of funds detail. That would just be a helpful procedure thing for me.
Will do.
And with that, we'll make a motion to approve 10.12.
Thank you. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. The last pulled item, 12.01.
Thank you. On this one, I was reading between the presidential report, specifically from Ventura, and the listing that as there's a greater demand for in-person classes, it may require the hiring of some part-time faculty. But I didn't see sort of a large growth in what are we calling this document? Sorry about that. The personnel action. Yeah. So I'm just curious, will that occur? Is that in the works? Are they kind of funneling through the process? Do we see a large increase in part-time faculty due to growing demand?
Want me to address that?
Chancellor, who best to answer that procedural question?
Okay, I can just tell you, with me being on vacation last week, I signed probably 12 to 15 part-time faculty approvals. So I think you'll probably see them on the next agenda.
Great to hear. And thank you for that. And this is more of a comment, not a question, but I noticed on the full-time faculty, congratulations to a colleague of ours, sort of a fellow trustee for the Ventura County Office of Ed, Rachel Ulrich. So just a congratulations to her. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve 12.01.
And is there a second? Trustee Mantooth? Student trustee?
Aye.
Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Okay, we can move down to item 17. And I'll open up the floor to any of the trustees that want to make a group motion. Or
Chair
student
Chris,
trustee even.
I would be pleased to make a joint motion for 17, 01, 02, and 03 with great pride and conviction.
And I would
We'll look to
love to
student
second.
trustee for the second. Yes, my apologies, student trustee. This is one near and dear to your heart, I'm sure. As to all our, this is one of the reasons we're all here. Everybody in the audience and people watching as well. So all in student trustee, how do you vote?
Yes.
And board, all in favor? Aye. And certainly no one opposed. And trustee Chancellor.
Not to take away from any of the celebratory vibes, so to speak, with this action item, but one of the requests we've made in the past was as we get candidates for graduation and certificates is some data to back up that item. So for example, percentages on gender and these types of things, that it's an important detail to help as a constant is, and it's a great constant to have, is graduates. And it would be nice to have a constant backup of data with that. So brought that up in spring. So hopefully in fall, we can revisit that and make sure that happens.
And thank you, and thanks for the reminder. And I'm guessing that information is definitely somewhere and we can get that and not have to wait that long either, I don't think. Not speaking for you, Chancellor.
No, we will, I recall the recommendation or the request. It's something easy enough to do. And we will follow up and get that information and put it on our list. One of the positions that the board just approved, thank you, is our new Executive Director of Operations, Lisa Putnam. And she's going to be a big assistant in helping track a lot of these items that come up and make sure that we get them to the board. Thank you.
Don't put that mic away because now we're at your Chancellor's report,
Oh,
which you sort of started with, I think.
all right. Well, I just wanted to also acknowledge the trustee Lichtel and Chair Perez joining me and several others at Moore Park College last week for the presentation of the $500,000 check and the support from Assembly Member Irwin, and had the opportunity to speak with her personally, as did President Sokanu. And I think we would both share that, we really could not have a better advocate for the work that we're doing, long-term advocate. And we have much more to look forward to. One of the pieces of conversation that I had with her had to do with AB 705 and 1705, and looking at the impact of that legislation and any of the unintended consequences that have come along with it, things that we've learned along the way over the last couple of years, and having a conversation about what might fix some of those things. And I don't have any specifics at this point, but again, I just mentioned that, and I guess as another just piece of information about how supportive she is in the work we do and interested in being engaged with our entire state around our community college system and the students we serve. I had the opportunity to attend the California Community College League's CEO conference in July. It was a great conference. I continue to learn more about our state system and the people who are part of the machine that keeps it all moving. But what I wanted to report was that we had a presentation on enrollment management that was exceptional. I mean, it was exceptional. And a piece of that, to my surprise, I don't know why I was surprised, I just wasn't expecting it, was our Dean of Institutional Effectiveness from Moore Park College, Oleg Bespalev. And he went through the model work that's been done at Moore Park College around real-time human contact texting and the impact. And it's a data-driven, research-based approach, and it's evidence-based. And he did a really nice job of helping presidents and chancellors understand that you might think something's a good idea, and it probably is, but sometimes it's not. And if you do the study and the research and you get the evidence to support the point of view, you can actually refocus your energy and your efforts and your resources in a way that give you much more result for what you might have gotten otherwise. He did a really nice job, and I just want to mention that publicly. The other two items, one item I want to mention is that there have been some questions raised at the board level, understandably, about the progress that we're making on decision-making around pursuing a general obligation bond in this and putting that plan together in the upcoming year. And I just wanted to just report that we will be bringing something to the board in next month as an information item seeking direction to advance the feasibility of the bond. We've begun planning forming a core planning team, and that will be evolving over time. What you'll see next month will also be a timeline of key activities and some ideas about consultants that will bring in to help us with some of this work, all hopefully pointed at a 2024 election, but that's a decision yet to be made. So I just wanted to let the board know that that work is being done. It's coming in some organized format next month. And lastly, I want to mention, I know several board members have had the opportunity to meet personally with members of the Santa Clara Valley Together organization. I had the opportunity to join Trustee Chancellor in his meeting. And Trustee Chancellor, I don't want to speak too much about what you might report, but I suspect you might want to say something as well. But it was an opportunity to share and have dialogue about what meeting the educational program and service needs in the Santa Clara Valley looks like. It's been an evolving subject over, well, more than 20 years, but for a long time. But in earnest, really in the last 3 to 4 years, there's been a lot of movement and a lot of good work to point to, as Dr. Hoffman's mentioned, and some of the upcoming things that are still evolving out of that. We discussed their interest in acquiring property. And we also discussed our commitment to increase access to programs and services, pointing again to the work we've done in the past, but also discussed our commitment to redouble, retriple, we quadruple our efforts to build meaningful educational pathways around career and technical education, dual enrollment, some of the PACE program models that we already have in the district, and of course, transfer education. The outcome of that conversation, as well as internal work that's already happening, and I'll be working with our college leaders and district staff moving forward, is building a 3-year development plan. And part of the conversation had to do with the purchase of the plan, and that's a topic you heard about it in the public comments tonight. The conversation that we had with the group really wanted to separate those two topics. The land acquisition and the program development are really two separate issues. They're important issues, and they're ones that we're going to have to deal with, maybe one more quickly than the other. But the creation of a larger physical footprint in the valley is really going to require that we do that work over the next 2 to 3 years to build these meaningful pathways and connections. That's going to take resources, and I expect to be coming to the board over the next month or two to talk more about what that plan looks like specifically. So thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. The next item is 18.02, Board of Trustees request for reports, which is simply a form for any one of us to request a report. During the agenda review meeting prior to this meeting, Vice Chair Torres reminded me that we do have a spreadsheet of the various reports that have been requested, and we'll get that back on the agenda for regular information to the board. And it's a way of tracking the various requests, see where they're at, see where they may be scheduled or calendared for to be made available to the board. That takes us then to item 1901, discussion item regarding board, the previously impaneled ad hoc DEI committee. Trustee Torres, you had asked for this, and if you care to lead the discussion or conversation, or, and one of the questions I would like to address or ask of you, because I know this concept came up at a time when a lot of things were happening at the national level, and students were involved, rightfully so, in wanting to participate to a greater degree, and you know, they were constituents felt put upon, to put it mildly, I guess. And I'm sorry that we didn't get a chance to talk between then and this meeting. But one question I do have is an ad hoc committee, as they're meant to be, still appropriate? And what I was trying to recall, what was the exact charge of that committee, and what do you see as the purpose of any such committee? Or wrapping up what your interest is in one of the two standing committees. So if that's helpful to promote discussion.
So I think one of the things we've done, and we're really good in our district is really about a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, what that looks like in the various platforms, whether it's instruction, whether it's in human resources, and really staying committed to it. Most often in the movements, when something occurs, there's some movement of continuing the work and everybody's supporting it. And then eventually, and if we look throughout history, it kind of starts dwindling and that commitment starts dwindling as well. Our districts, and especially in a situation, like we're really committed, and from the different colleges, they've continued the work. And I want to make sure we continue that at the board level. What does it look like for us as a board? So very different from what the colleges are doing. This is more our work continuously as a board. What do we want to look at? If we're going to ask for reports, what kind of data do we want? How is that going to be disaggregated? If we wanted additional training, board development like we had a year ago, it's this DI ad hoc committee does a lot of the work and does the meetings. We meet alongside with our chancellor, perhaps the staff, and say, this is what we have in mind, recommendations, and it's all geared towards the board to really help us to continue carrying the work and defining it in terms of what it looks like. At the state level, as much as here, we're committed to it, but that's not the case throughout California. And so there's been some colleges that have really needed additional support. And so really, I look at us at being at the forefront and at the state level, at the nation level of what we've done, not only in our colleges, but also as a board, and still staying committed. We have a committee. And of course, the task perhaps, or the charge might change from when we had it 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago. Is it 2 years ago?
20.
Yeah,
20 it started.
yeah, that's when you appointed it. So at that time, the charge was very different because we were just starting from the beginning. From there, I remember the chancellor said, let's have a task force at the college level. And then they led it from their end. And so it was really this dialogue. And so now it's to continue it. And what does it look like? Where we come together specifically to carry that work. And so this committee would look at it. I know we also talked a lot about human resources, and we had is it the EEOC? No, is it? Okay. We haven't touched on that in a long time as a board. And so there's one of those methods. There's, I believe, is it called methods? The multiple methods. There's one method that we still haven't been able to reach. And so we still get the funding, but we've always had it that goal, like we want to get to that method. And so it was really nice is because we had this committee, we really provided the work at the board level, but also supported the work that was happening also at the colleges. And I remember that is it the EOC committee? The EOC, okay, committee came and met with us. And so the other trustee and myself had an opportunity to meet, and then we would come and report the work. So it was an ad hoc committee that we were committed to the work from the board. We would see how we can come together, joint efforts there from operations as it's a policy. And then we would come back to the board and just recommendations of what to do. So that's what the intent was. And so we want to continue it. I know Trustee Mantooth and I, when we met at our admin services committee, we talked about human resources and what does that look like, DEI, defining it, and continuing with this work and this commitment. And really for us is really being at that level at the state that we're still committed, and this is what it looks like for us.
Okay, anybody else want to?
Chair.
Student trustee, yes.
Going to the student trustee workshop, I love how VCCCD does have a lot. We have a lot more than others. And I think it's because of the DEI work that we do at each campus. And now at the district level, we are so fortunate enough to have amazing work represented at VCCCD. I know there's a lot of great work that has already been done, and we will continue to do that work because we still need a lot of work to do. But I would love to join the DEI committee if possible, and other students as well, not just me, if that's okay. That's it.
Okay. Trustee Chancellor.
You know, we put a lot of effort in at the board level into the DEI work. hey, work. And it feels like it's sort of lost some momentum, and that always makes, it doesn't sit well, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I'd like to continue that momentum and make sure that the hard work we did and the message we're sending and the leadership that we hopefully demonstrate gets trickles down.
Process wise, I'm struggling with the concept of an ad hoc committee. Because an ad hoc committee, to my understanding, is for a short term out of the ordinary, if that's a correct way to say it, matter that the board wants to address. And I think it's been recognized in the president's reports that we get and in other reports that we get. I don't think there's been a loss of momentum, a loss of work that the colleges and the district is taking on. And so I'm struggling with that, with an ad hoc committee. A lot of the work, and you mentioned it, is the committee was looking at policies and certainly looking at hiring practices and things like that. And there is a lot of, there's a roadmap that comes down from, the state chancellor's office and with a list of recommendations that I think this district, this board, the colleges can work to implement, as they are doing, in my view, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chancellor, that it's getting done without having the benefit of the ad hoc committee being active for what, a couple of years now, at least, something like that. So one thought I had is, because all this work gets back to what is best for the students, is maybe the place for what you want to see board involvement is in the past committee, as opposed to the administrative services committee, because you're very definitely looking at policies that will, overshadow the direction and the work that has to be done to accomplish DEI principles, et cetera. I'm going to put you on the spot once again, Chancellor, because, this is an organizational and, matter, organizational in the sense that staff will have to support the board and whatever we deem to be the proper outcome. But I do want to just comment on one thing that you said, because I am on the CCCCD board and I'm also on the DEI Town Hall Planning Committee. And it's still amazing to me that up and down the state, as you mentioned, not all districts get it. And I'm very proud to say, and I hope you all are, almost light years ahead of some other districts in promoting, and not just promoting, but helping implement some of the DEI principles and tasks and measures on behalf of our students.
What is your question? I'm kidding.
Well,
I'm kidding.
this is why you get the big bucks.
There you go.
Help us focus.
Well, so we have, again, as I've come in over the last year and tried to assess where we are on this topic in particular, we have some committee structures that are already in place. We have the 4 board goals that are driving a lot of activity. In fact, I didn't do a formal report, but I did an assessment, I guess, of sorts with the college and the college presidents to drill into, for my knowledge, specifically where are we with efforts to, provide momentum and keep the momentum going. Early on, when I came on board, we talked about what the colleges, what model would really work for the colleges to make progress on their work that was already, again, a lot of really good examples, as you mentioned in the reports and other, sources of evidence. And we started looking at a disaggregated structure, a little bit more of a putting resources at the campus level in a lot of different forms, and each of our 3 campuses are different, so they've done it a little bit differently in each of them. So when I think of an ad hoc committee, I mean, a standing committee would be one thing if there was something, some goals or purpose for a standing committee. But an ad hoc committee typically is pointed towards a challenge, an issue, an opportunity that we haven't sorted our way, figured our way out through. So if it is an ad hoc committee, I would like to know, because of the deployment of staff and people to work on it, what is the objective that we're trying to do, of the opportunity, the unmet need, or the problem, or the, what have you. I think all of us agree, and you've heard me say, in terms of some of the goals that we've talked about in my work around visioning and collectively working across the district, that there's an equity theme in all of that in terms of the programs and services and how students, as Santa Clara Valley is a really good example of that equity conversation. In fact, that was a big part of our conversation last week when Trustee Chancellor and I met with the group. So when I look at the landscape of what we're doing, it's big, it's full, it's a lot to celebrate. Maybe we could do a better job of pointing that out. But if there are specific issues or directional things that the board wants me to address and focus on, I think we need to get that focus in that direction and attention, and we'll support it. I'll support it.
Right here. So I mentioned an ad hoc committee because, so I mentioned an ad hoc committee because one of our former trustees recommended an ad hoc committee. So I'm kind of following the recommendation of the former trustee of what to do and within that work. And what we were covering was specifically human resources. And we were looking very specifically in diversifying what that looked like from a policy level. And so we started, which comes back the chief diversity officer that was discussed at the moment and our training that came about it. So for me, that's what I know based on past practice was, but it could be a standing committee. I just said ad hoc committee because that's what was recommended. And I believe perhaps that was the route, but it was something that was going to be continuing. So the ad hoc committee, when it was established, was never meant to be something short-term, because we know that DEI work or DEIA work is something that is going to be continued, that it evolves, it changes. We look at different areas. And so we wanted to look at it from the board level and look specifically at our policies, our strategic goals, our budget. What does that look like? And at that moment, we started the work with in the human resources area, which it kind of stopped. And so it could very well be a standing committee. If that would be if that's much more helpful, but that's why I mentioned the ad hoc committee. But if it's no longer, if it's not an ad hoc and if it's a standing committee, it's just one that's very clear and specific. It could be, if it's an additional charge to pass, I just want it to be, it's going to be a long meeting, and I'm okay. I'm not a part of pass. And so I have other trustees that are part of pass. But it's a lot. So we thought of DEI because it's work. And so I didn't, mind, being part of something else and doing that work, because I just naturally am inclined to doing that work and I'm looking. So I didn't mind being part of that committee, to not necessarily assign something else to other trustees, but it doesn't necessarily have to be an ad hoc committee.
Let me make a suggestion for the board's consideration, and acknowledging and respecting your passion for all things DEI and my involvement at the state level and the planning, the DEI planning committee, that I hope more of you participate in the town halls in the future. Let's, between now and the next meeting, you and I get together and try to wrap our arms around what we envision the work to be of a committee. Leaving it unnamed, ad hoc or standing committee. And that may even, well, that was a given, Chancellor, but yeah, let's do that. Let's try to get some time together, put some definition into the question that the board will consider, hopefully next month, but that'll be our target. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, that takes us then to item 1902, trustee reports. Trustee Lichtel.
Thank you, Chair Perez. I want to welcome our new staff members, as well as congratulating those who have retired and have moved on to their next phase of life, and thank them for service to our communities. I want to thank the speakers who came out this evening. and are making us and keeping us informed about important community as well as district issues. And I want to assure you that you are heard when you come to these meetings, and there is discussion related to your particular interests. Congratulations to those students that took advantage of the summer offerings. I think it's great that we had students that completed degree programs as well as maybe completed the units necessary to matriculate to the next level or to their next destination, whether that be college or career. Obviously, I value both of those. And in keeping with significant days to commemorate, I want to mention that August 26th is Women's Equality Day. Certainly a day worthy of celebrating on your campuses. September 11th is Patriot Day, and I think we're all familiar with that. Obviously, a day that is a day of remembrance and memory of the nearly 3,000 individuals who were killed on September 11th during those attacks. And obviously on that day, we fly our flags at half mast. September is National Hispanic Heritage Month. So, and I know that will be celebrated on your campuses, and I'm eager to hear about how that occurs on your campuses. And September 17th is Constitution and Citizenship Day, which commemorates the formation, the signing of the Declaration of, the Constitution of the United States on that same day in 1787. Again, I think a worthy day to commemorate on your campuses, and I'll be eager to hear how that might have happened. And then lastly, many members of our community will be celebrating Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur during the month of September. And I know that impacts all of our campuses. And again, I just want to encourage the campuses to commemorate those days however they feel appropriate. And again, thank you for Chair Perez. Thank you for a really efficient meeting.
So far. Trustee Mantooth. Pressure's on you. Keep it going.
Yeah, you want me to follow up, to follow that act? No, I really appreciate the remarks from Trustee Lickle. The only two things I would add are the extreme pleasure and value I had recently in meeting with our student trustee, Ms. Figueroa. We spent a very rich hour and a half together, getting to know each other better, and including encouragement for you to become even more influential in your role. And then secondly, I'm still trying to figure out whether I'm happy for or upset with Dr. Hoffman's decision.
Student trustee.
One thing, I'm also gonna be joining all 3 campuses and welcoming the students. So I'll be tabling with them, and that's gonna be a wonderful experience. I'll keep you guys updated on what's gonna, how it went. I'm excited to join the Associate Student Government of Oxnard College on Wednesday, and Moore Park College on Monday, and Ventura College on Tuesday. I'm having fun, and I also start class.
I was going to say busy, busy times for you. Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you very much. Okay, had a couple comments and questions, but definitely congratulations to the grads. And it's a reminder. I guess I don't know if I should put it in the request for report, but it's for a future board item for board input and community input and in-person options for our spring semester. So I know the work is being done now to create those schedules and what that looks like on the campus. And it'd be great to get an update of some goals or that the 3 colleges are developing for that. I met with some athletic coaches at Ventura College, and it was great to hear their concerns and wonderful things happening on their campuses. One of the issues that they brought up was the growing need to fundraise because of some of the restrictions on their budgets. So I'd like to explore that at the board level a little bit in the sense of athletics and their budgets and making sure we're meeting the needs of their teams and departments. In the president report, it caused some curiosity in a sense that as we're opening up new sections for in-person because of growing demand, how do we communicate that with students that already registered and they have their course, but they didn't maybe get the course or courses that they wanted? and now the colleges are opening up new ones. Is there active communication to alert students of that information to make sure that some students that may have been turned away by choice because their needs weren't met of in person or this or that, or the right classes as we're sort of adapting and pivoting, are we communicating that? As the chancellor mentioned, we met with the Santa Clara River Valley community. I don't have too much more to report beyond what the chancellor said, except for really it was an opportunity to listen to some of the concerns and wants of that community. And I will say I was really pleased and to hear the chancellor's comments and remarks in that meeting that, yes, two things, I don't want to repeat what Chancellor McLennan said, but two things are separate but together. And I think you already said it better, but one may potentially, as that item comes to the Board of Land Purchasing, if in fact that is something that the district and board feels necessary. But secondly, the things that need to occur right now in order to even prepare for that. And that was refreshing to hear that there's plans and efforts to do that work. So I'm excited to observe and support that work there. So I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Torres.
It was really nice meeting with you, Damari. So we had the opportunity to also meet and to talk and just talk a little bit about with the board, your work here, your advocacy for students. And that was really nice to just be able to see your commitment to it. Just congratulations also to all of our graduates. Wish them the best. And our presidents, all of our staff that's here, thank you for listening to our board meetings, to everybody who's back there and everybody listening. I really don't have much to report, so I don't want to make this longer. Do you want me to do evaluation? Well, I'm here just waiting until.
I'll be
Okay.
brief. I'm looking out at the audience and Mr. and Mrs. Hardison, you're hanging in there. Good to see you. And thanks to all the other members of the public and our campus community that came to offer their comments to this board meeting. I just want to pick from some of the items that I noted in the various president's reports, beginning with Moore Park College. And it applies to Oxnard College as well. Your participation, Dr. Sokanu, in the duplication resolution work group regarding the baccalaureate degree program issues. Let me know how I can help, let the board know or how we might be able to help. In fact, I'm signing up to attend one of the Board of Governors meetings and maybe I'll be at the one where they approve it, both of them, but let us know, okay? Question I had is the enhanced course embedded tutor program sounds great. And I saw that as you said it as an implementation of a recommendation of the AB 1705 work group. And I also see that as a DEI initiative. Two-way text messaging, I love it. Is there going to be a survey on how the students, I know they're already speaking because the increased contact, that's great. Cabaret, a powerful performance, and it's amazing how almost unfortunately, the message is still relevant today. Congratulations on the first key contribution to the amphitheater project. And the Enrollment Management Academy, and I think I spoke to this because didn't Oxnard College participate in a similar program? And there's, cross-fertilization. It's great to see amongst the colleges. Oxnard College, congratulations on the competency certificates. The Next Up program, fantastic, meeting underserved group of foster youth. And the TRIO Upward Bound program, are these students enrolled in dual enrollment? They will be.
During the academic year and the summer, they do take dual enrollment classes. That 1 week in Santa Barbara was not. But yeah, they do typically take dual enrollment courses.
Good. And I was fascinated by Dr. James Harbour and the cardio thread and fantastic work going on at our college.
I see there's a video
Yeah,
attached, so
there
I
was.
have to check out that video.
If you haven't seen it, trustees, check it out. It's pretty amazing. It's embedded in the president's report. And you've already spoken to the art and design and the McNish Gallery. The McNish Gallery has been there for a long time. And then I hope, maybe you can give us some additional information in the future about the proposed ag program, which I think just is appropriate for this county. And then Ventura College, the inspiring 2023 Inspiring Program in STEM Award. Congratulations once again. Congratulations back there. And please share with us the publication when it comes out. It hasn't come out yet, right? Okay. And then trustee Chancellor mentioned this also, but the enrollment demands, in person or online, it's still a moving target. I get it. And it must be challenging and frustrating for all of you to try to respond, but keep up the good work. And, having past experience in the real estate construction project arena, I share your pain regarding the hiccups on the HERF projects, but it'll all come together. And as we say in that business, there's always something. So hang in there. And that's it for my report. Trustee Lichtel? Yes. Mhm.
We do. We surveyed, we sent the survey out to 24,000 students. It's been out for 4 days. We have 1,000 students that have responded. That's good. I need my glasses. Okay, and so of the, so a total of 1,000 so far have responded. Of the 540 students who selected in-person learning preferences, 91% of the students stated that they were able to enroll in their preferred in-person course. Of the 502 students who selected online internet learning preferences, 91% stated they were able to enroll in their preferred online internet course. And of the 344 students who selected hybrid partially online learning preference, 88% stated they were able to enroll in their preferred hybrid partially online course. So those are pretty good statistics so far. We are going to be sending out 2 more reminders, one on Wednesday, August 9th, and another one on Monday, August 14th. And the survey will close at 11:59 on Monday evening.
And how are you conducting that survey?
We're doing text and email.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks for the question. Okay. Trustee Torres, now we can go to meeting evaluation.
What did I do with my? I really liked our meeting and for the board, I really loved our closed session. I've really been enjoying our closed session dialogue. It's been so just consensus coming together, just strong as a board. And I know that that's not here in open session, but I just wanted to highlight that for us because that reflects a lot in how we conduct business in open session too. And so with that, there's the collegiality. The meetings have been really good. And when I'm gonna say my efficiency comes in the ability that business moves forward with everybody being able to express themselves and being validated for what they have to say and listen to. And that is so important, really in building our trust and continuing. So I wanted to say that for those reasons, that has continued to grow and to improve. And I love that. So with that, everything comes to organization, the respect, everything is there because we have that within ourselves. And I really value that work. Chair Perez, just for you to be able to say, hell, let's meet and let's talk about how this GI is going to look like. I really love that and respect that because it wasn't, no, it was like, let's think about it. we're not gonna make a decision right now. Let's connect. Let's discuss how this can work. I hear what you're saying. It's important. We believe in it too. Let's just see how can we best serve the need. And that speaks volumes. And I really appreciate that because it's one where, okay, let's figure this out for us. So I think it's one of the best meetings. I love just the conversations we've had. And so I think every process was followed, and ground rules were followed as well. So really good meeting.
Thank you, trustee Chancellor.
Here's my notes. I
Okay.
thought it was a very effective meeting.
Get a happy face.
Yeah, happy face.
You need to visit OC's Art and Design Center.
I'll be there.
Student trustee.
I think it was a wonderful meeting. I'm learning so much more every time we meet. So I'm really enjoying that. And then also listening to each and every one of your perspectives. I think it comes a long way when makes me understand even more. And so I want to thank you for contributing to the discussions.
Thank you. Trustee Mantu. Shake it up a little bit.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to beg your indulgence. I've been often called the master of the false exit because I have forgotten something that I meant to say and thought about it later. I too had the opportunity to meet with Santa Clara Valley Together folks in a Zoom format, organized and facilitated by Marianne Krause, which was also attended by our folks in the audience tonight. And we had a very, I think, productive discussion regarding both short and long-term opportunities with regard to the East Campus. In terms of the meeting evaluation tonight, I'd simply say that our board chair continues to do an exemplary job in providing courtesy, humor, and recognition to both staff and our guests. It's very consistent. Y feliz cumpleaños.
Gracias. The 23rd. And we're not counting anymore either. So trustee Lichtel.
Thank you. And again, Chair Perez, I think the meeting was very efficient and I appreciate the way that you allow people conversation while at the same time keeping us on track. And I think Mr. Mantu said that better than I could. Also want to mention that staff in particular, and I think the board as well, focused and kind of on point with the topics, the discussion. And I think that's very much appreciated.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you all for the favorable comments. Staff, thank you for the work. It makes our job a lot easier when the reports are complete and helpful to us getting to a decision. Thank my colleagues for, it appears to me that there's been a constant improvement in coming to the meetings prepared and communication. I hope that we continue growth in communicating amongst each other, but also with our chancellor between meetings, again, to help facilitate a good meeting. And decisions were seemingly pretty easy tonight. And trustee Torres, I do look forward to working with you. I think I hadn't thought of that before tonight, but it just occurred to me that, you know, hearing our interaction and the other comments, that seems like a good way to bring forward something forward to really focus on and have some meat on the bones, if you will. And I think that's it. And that takes us to adjournment. And you know, we will adjourn in the memory of Mr. Michael Grimes, TV radio production specialist at Moore Park College. You know, thanks for having that included in the report as well. And I think we do send letters out to families that the meetings were adjourned in the name of. I think so. I think we continue to do that. And with that, This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.